It's time for another stream. Time to make some more art. How's everyone doing? Everyone feeling good in the chat? Hey, Guillaume is here, Ben is here. Hi guys, how's it going? Alright, it's time to work on this thing a little bit more. Let's bring up some of the ref as well. What's the plan for today? So, it's always a little bit rough, right? But I'm thinking about detailing some of these pieces up and then just continuing on making the area a little bit more fleshed out, right? We have a lot of the base components already, but I think it's nice to put a little bit more time, put a little bit more detail into everything. That we get this looking all nice. So yeah, maybe a little bit more detailing on some of the meshes that we made last time, right? So like all the watermill meshes, and it just spice this area up a little bit. Where do we begin? Maybe just continue on the modeling first. Get some more stuff fleshed out. Ben's just working. Have a great day at work, Ben. And then Guillaume is stuck on work. So I think he's just waiting to get out and apply all the good feedback that he's been getting. Some feedback on the scene's lighting and do some stone rock material. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. Gonna see what I can do on this bad boy. Find like a good place for the stat reference. So we got like an interlinking going on the edges, right? So I'm gonna see if I can incorporate some of that. Yeah. But they're still attached to the floor as well. Probably want to get rid of that so that I can divide all this up into like its individual components. A little bit messy at this point, but don't care about that. Thinking about probably just doing the one side, right? And then we symmetry it. Give myself some time. I'm gonna split this section off. Delete all the stuff that we don't. theme. And what are we looking at here? I can barely see it. I don't know if I have like a better picture of it. Oh, go. Oh, so they put like a rivet in it. Well, and it looks like two things. So it's kinda, it's not like symmetrical. Just do the one side and then match the other side to it. This stuff is all out of it. Right? And then if we use vertex snapping. Kind of not what I was hoping for. Rotation 2. Kind of new. Okay. Snap this all here. Kind of use vertex snap. And then we just do the inverse, right? Bring those pieces out. Vertex snap them all on there. Oh, okay. We do want to leave... Oh no, I have auto merge on still. No! Where is that again? Okay, let's look this up. Because currently it's just merging all the vertices automatically, and I don't want that. I had it disabled in the previous versions, but... Auto merge editing. Quick look at a video here. Oh. What's it doing? Okay. I guess it doesn't want to open up, so let's have a look. Auto merge? It's off though. It is off, so why is it... Wait. It is doing it though. Yeah. What? Hey Mark Corb, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I'm currently just struggling with just like very simple stuff. So hey, here we go. It's merging Merging vertices automatically. For editing. Oh. Ugh. So stupid sometimes. I'm using soft select. So dumb. Oh my. Not merging anything. Okay. And we're good to go. We have that. Let's just oop, all of this. Also stuff that I forgot to clean up. And what we'll do is we'll just have it on my hotkeys anymore. Symmetry. Keep going. Mirror. There we go. Looking all nice. Oh, we don't want to mark everything as so. Do select sharp edges and turn everything there into a seam. Fine, you know. Right? Now we can just do like a really quick unwrap. Oh, stole my. Oh, it's lost all my tools. I think we talked about this last time. I needed to reinstall them. But I think I got them lying around, so it's quick. When did I use the most? Repacker, not the... This one still work? UV toolkit, here we go. Okay. Heavier stack islands. Yes. I don't think there was anything else that I needed for now. Stack everything. Rotate everything. And I'll just bring up my little trim sheet. Good. There we go. It's still okay. I had it to 1024. Scale it up just a little bit. Siriu, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? I'm just gonna this all up on probably a smaller one, right? Because this pixel density 1024. Go a bit bigger. Like that. Yep, and then we got just wrapped already. I'm gonna wait. I'm probably gonna add a bit more detailing to it, but don't need it for now. And I might just be duplicate that to the bottom here. Hey there! How's that way? What's that what you're making there? So I'm currently working on my medieval scene that I've been working on for a while now. Currently focusing on a smaller section that is a watermill. Kind of watermill area. I just wanted to get back into the project because it's been a while since I worked on it. The last thing that I was actually working on was this area here where it's more like a carpentry workshop kind of deal, you know? But I thought I want to start on something fresh. So that's what I'm currently doing. Just working on this little area over here. Then I'm making this little watermill grinder. Watermill grinder. This is a mechanism that turns wheat into flour, I think, if I got that right. Yeah, like the kernels get deposited here, then get grinded up by these two stones, and then get flour out of it. Sick map. I will never be able to do stuff like that. Oh yeah, you will. It just takes dedication and time, you know? Anyone can do this. Or at least I believe so. It just takes time to get there, right? I mean, I've worked in the games industry professionally and all that stuff, right? So, it takes time. Yep, I'm using Blender right now. I've used every program, well, like at least the big ones, you know. So I started out in Maya when I was a student. Wait, no, the opposite way. So I started out with Max. Did that for 4 years. Then I switched over to Maya because that was a recommendation for my first job. They were working in Maya at the time, and I believe they still are. And then when I switched over to the next job, that's when I switched over to Blender. Sorta. I was kind of using two at the same time, but. Are you using Blender as well? Let's see. Wasn't there like a... What was the other thing that I needed? Gridify. That's the... Big... I'm still making stuff that's really low poly, soon hitting mid poly hopefully. Um, that's cool. When I hear mid poly, I feel I mean there's a lot of confusion when it comes to mid poly, right? If you're just talking about poly count, that's awesome. If you're talking about like the workflow that Star Citizen uses, for example, I would recommend not to start there. So bring this down a little bit. I mean, low poly is like basic stuff, and high poly is hyper realistic stuff. I think mid poly is kind of in between those two. Oh, if you see it that way, I see. So, the definitions that I'm used to is a low poly can still be realistic, right? Because what like we're used to in the games industry, like we're used to taking a high poly and then transferring that information down onto a lower poly mesh, which we call the low poly, through baking something in Substance Painter, right? So you transfer like all the details that you make in your high poly down to the low poly. And mid poly in the games workflow means that you're not doing that. So you're not transferring high poly details onto a low poly, but you're actually adding more details into your low poly. So we kind of call it mid poly. And then you add additional details by adding like polygon strips with textures on top of it. So that's why I'm always. I mean, everyone has a kind of own definition for it, right? So, like for example, that's why I brought up the example of Star Citizen, because they use the mid poly workflow where they have more geometry, but less than high poly in their workflow. Don't have a stone material yet, so I'm probably gonna skip this. We need to still make the basin for this. It's leftover stuff. Now I'm gonna try to fire Blender, try to do something, but I don't know what. Yeah, that would be a good thing to find out first, right? You gotta get focused in on something, like focused on what you want to create. But whatever that is, that's usually your decision. And it can be potentially like a big one because the act of creation takes a long time. Yeah, like Ben said, you can do it. I've seen the use of mix of mid poly and low poly in vehicles for games. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like usually when I'm trying to explain stuff, I try to explain it in the simplest way possible, because if you really get into the weeds of things, right? You can combine it in so many ways. And for people that are not used to like the basic foundational pieces yet, like it gets so confusing once you start talking about like the combination of mid poly and low poly and what has the advantages compared to what has the disadvantages, you know? And I think the same can be said about art itself. It's like maybe this scene is a good example, right? Like for example, I've done everything in this scene. that is completely overwhelming for a new person coming into the games industry, or like wanting to make their own scenes like this, right? Like, it's completely overwhelming to them. So it doesn't make sense to say like, hey, look, make your own foliage or blah 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 blah. Go through the entire thing. Not saying that wrong, by the way. But that's where I'm coming from when I'm explaining stuff. Always try to simplify it as much as possible. Okay, so base. Got that covered. Oh no, we still need to make a base. Let's do that. Cursor. Because yeah, there's so many ways, and that's a really cool thing about making art or working in game dev, right? Is that you have the option to just combine like everything together if you wanted to. Once you have like all the pieces of the puzzle. Is that hotkey again? No. Oh, edge seams. I'm gonna make this like a barely not script one, you know, I'm just gonna map it to like a section over here. Stack them up. Oh, it's almost perfectly. Yeah, Nacho's barking in the back. Barking at nothing. Still, some people like to hire me. Still, some people like hire me to make them, let's say, an SMG, but I can only make the general shape. Yeah, yeah, it's you gotta really delve into it, right? Like, what would help with that is looking at reference and like doing lots of studies and, yeah, like Ben saying, it takes years to learn, right? Gotta make sure that you take that time. And it takes time. And I know that there's like a lot of impatience because I was the exact same thing, right? Like, and I still am to a certain degree. But yeah, it just takes time to learn everything. Or like not everything, like even just the things that will get you a job, right? Like that's already like a pretty high bar. This thing is good place. Oh, wait. We got some nasty overlap happening. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. About study and research is easy since I play FPS shooters. Yeah, but there's a difference between playing a game and actually doing the research. Handling guns in real life, that like getting just reference from real life is probably the best thing that you can do. And the blueprints are really helpful too. But I would say the games themselves, I think they're a bit overused as like research, right? Because you're not research. And I've used that excuse myself as well. The best research is when you actually do it in real life and like go and have a look at it and like experience things. That's the best type of stuff. Okay, and this is made out of like single slats. Oh, we forgot the pins on the ends. Really use a 3D cursor more, huh? Just never liked these. Yes, I am. So I use one for my generic outliner, right? If I don't know, for whatever reason, uh, I wanna switch to another collection, and then I have another outliner which is just the selection that I currently have. So it's super easy to like go and see what I have selected in that way. And this pin probably goes all the way. Maybe not even. Again, you can't really see. So need some kind of filter? Yeah, that's how I've been using it. Bottom symmetry. We'll do more details in a bit. Or like maybe not in a bit. At a certain point. Then still, I don't know how I can improve my models, like the auto smoother, the looks, since I'm years away from animating. But yeah, repetition is key, like Ben is saying. You just gotta keep modeling. Don't try to do anything complex. Uh, Stay away from guns, for example. Try to really nail the relatively simple stuff before you move on to really complex stuff. For example, it can be really stupid stuff, like a trash can. Like try to model a trash can, get all the curves right, or a shampoo bottle, or something like that, right? Something that is very close to you that you can actually look at and has an interesting kind of shape. Oh, where are my UVs? Get far. Okay. Not smart. Hey, night title. What am I doing streaming now? I'm streaming some art. Wanted to do some art. I'm gonna make this my regular slot for just making some art. Yeah, look, like in the beginning, it's really, I know that you probably want to go for like the really crazy stuff, but no, don't do it. Like 100% don't do it. Like just stick with the simple stuff first. Start with the basics and then move up and like complicate stuff over time. Because it sounds silly, but like to get like a shampoo bottle looking right and like noticing all the details on it, like it still takes a lot of time and um a lot of creativity and a lot of modeling skills to get it looking right though. Don't underestimate what a simple shampoo bottle can do. Up at this hour? What? Oh, streaming at this hour? Yeah, but this is it's 1:30 over here, so it's not too late. Well, it's not that early either. Let's see. It was a randomized transform. Transform. No randomize? Where was that? Randomize? Okay. So this is really helpful if you're doing trim sheets, right? Because I basically want to basically scatter them along one axis, and then I get like different parts of the UV just to make it look a little bit different so that they're not sampling from all the same sections. Yeah, monitor or phone, pick that. Those are great things to model as well. It just needs to be. The reason why I pick a shampoo bottle is probably because like a lot of people have it. And it is, that's the key thing. You know, it needs to be something that you can just pick up and look at and like really closely study, because if you want to get into the game of making weapons, then that skill of like looking at details and translating them into 3D is going to be very important. What was my first model? So my first model was on a summer course. Like it was basically like a taster for what the real university course was going to be. And I made a tank. So it was like a, what is it, like a transport unit. But like saying a tank makes it look or sound like way bigger than it was, right? There was a really big restriction there. We could only use primitives. So we weren't doing any edit poly stuff or just extruding stuff. It was literally just cubes, circles, and all that kind of stuff, right? We could scale, rotate, and translate, but we couldn't do anything else. Need to have a look. Maybe I can find it real quick. Just to show off. I'm just gonna have a look in our community chat because we have we have a channel for our old work so that we can just like reflect back upon it as well. Just quickly just scroll through like a bunch of stuff here. Mm, mm, mm. There's a bunch of drawings that I did as well. Because that's the thing. I used to draw a lot before I went into 3D. I'm gonna find it. Word search. So um. Okay. Oh my god, Discord search is not working with me. Okay, whatever. Thanks, Discord. No, I'm not gonna find it. And I think I got it on my hard drive somewhere, but not gonna bother. But yeah, that was my first thing, and it was super simple. You know, like only cubes and like primitive space. Oh my god, how do you do this? This is so annoying. Like, I only want a stack selected. Please just do that. Stacks. Trying to do. Yeah, but I think that's a really good exercise, though. Just having that really big restriction of like, hey, you can only use like the basic primitives. Oh my! Up every bit of the map though. Oh, Ben, you did the same thing. Yeah, I think it's good. But that's like a first thing into 3D, right? So once I made an American jet and it came out really decent. That's great. Awesome. Yeah, I made so many things over the years that I was like okay with in the moment, you know? It is like a self-reflection that I was okay with in the moment, and then afterwards I was like, damn, I can do so much better now, you know? Because the bar keeps moving the more you keep learning. That's the cool thing about art. You're never really done learning. Here. Okay. Wrap fixing done. At least, oh no, it's not done. Blender. Oh, and then when I stack this, then still I showed the jet. But with the thingy, those black dots. Vertices, yeah. Told me it was the messiest model. Black lines. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the part that comes on top of it again, right? Is you can make something look really good, and then for a game, you actually need to make it like optimized as well, because you can't just literally chuck everything at it. It needs to be optimized too. That's like another layer, right? You've never remodeled an old model. Yeah, I do the same thing too. I don't think I've ever modeled anything twice. Not really. I'm getting better at it though. Like, I've got my asset library now, right, that I'm trying to use, but I think most of it in there is so specific that it's usually just textures. And it's also once I'm done with something, you know, I'm done. I'm not... I never really felt the need to, like, go to, like, an old piece and then, like, remodel it just to see a comparison between. Because my interests have completely shifted as well. So it always felt like I was something... It would be, like, disingenuous to do it then, for me. I think it can be a cool exercise, though. Like, I think for environment artists, like, I did, like, a relight of some of my stuff. Just to see what I would do with it now. But that's, like, a very, very simple thing. Right, let's look at this thing. Let's try to break it down into that individual components. So how about anyone else? Does anyone else made something like Mark is calling it a remastering? Where you take your old work and then like remaster it for yourself? Trying to see if I can get some good geo at the moment. So we got one. Probably this middle one. That's like a good width for like a single piece of wood. And I'll just have to cut into this. Is up. I usually spend so much time on my work that I don't want to see them ever again. Oh my god. You should be proud of the work that you finished though. Because everything that you finish is kind of like an achievement on itself though. Gotta be able to be proud of your work. You put your heart and soul into it. Same on this side. Oak. And what we'll do is bevel all of this so we can have individual planks. This lip doesn't make. Shuck that all out. Close this all off. An happy accident. I don't mind that. Having that little gap there makes it look more like a wooden plank. Ben's refined your entire library. Don't you get bored of that, Ben? You want to do something new? Now we got individual blanks here. Look how that fits in. What I'm probably gonna do is rotate that here, then see if we can. Some time. Yeah, get it. All these individual planks going on. I get fastened by this. Just fastened by like the shape themselves. That weird. Oh, let's see. Shouldn't be worried. Then we'll just pick apart like all smaller things. Big one as well. This is why I love working with sheets, you know. Don't have to get too caught up in just making nice UVs. That might density. Where do we fit all that stuff? And we can just do the same thing here like we did before. Where was it again? Nice. That do quick favorites. Nice. Think we might have to rotate some pieces because they're going in the wrong direction, but and this is where the magic happens, right? Like just offsetting each little thing separately. Grabbing an edge, put it down, you know. You got the geometry, you might as well work with it. Oh yeah. Static stuff on the ends. And we'll just match everything up. Nice. That's so much better already. Just add everything back together. Stay hydrated, people. Oh, Mark. I didn't see your first model. Your first model was a fruit box. That's awesome. Also made with primitives. Cow's first model was a low poly potion bottle. That's cool. So that's not with primitives, right? That's already with edit poly. Right, Ben. Take care. Let's see. A ring box. Oh, yeah, I see. Like a jewelry, like ring box, right? It's already pretty advanced. Stack it up. Very small in face. So all the stuff you've learned is all through mentorships then, Nine Title. Or self-thought or whatever. Like a curve to it. So we can kind of get it more curvy. But this is also a good tip, right? Like if you have like a shell like this, if you have um like a dual-sided kind of shape, you can do is just reduce the complexity of it by removing one side, then modeling the shape like you want it, right? So say we make this shape a little bit softer. Add like a selection here, and just build it up just a little bit, bevel it. So basically just softening the whole shape up a little bit, right? Then afterwards what we can do is like, oh okay, this is a cool shape, you know? Love what we did here. Then we can just add a shell modifier to it. Or a solidify modifier in this case. But we'll kind of do that. And it just makes it a little bit less complex to move all this stuff. Instead of having to worry about like the interior of it as well. By the way, how do you map a trim sheet to a cylinder cap? Do you use a generic material on top and a trim sheet on the sides? Depends on what kind of thing, right? But let's have a look. We have like a cylinder here, even though it's really small. Let's separate that out again. Like in this case, I do have some stuff set to the side, right? So I do have like rounded caps. What you do then, fit that to one of these round ones, right? Oop. And then the long section, just mark a seam. That just goes onto whatever fits the textile density, right? Or like within reason. Like for example, this we can match. And then maybe for this one, because it has some normal built in, Maybe I'll just pull it out a little bit, you know? That's it. Can be relatively simple. There's other ways of also making a cap. So instead of having these two things separate, what you actually do in the trim sheet is make sure that your texture also includes a little bit of the sides, so that you can then overlay that on top of your cylinder, right? So it becomes like a little cap that you just add on top of it. And then the sides of the top cap, they have like a little bit of alpha to it. You get some texture variation in there. Hmm. You need inspiration? Why? Are you done with the monitor already? I haven't started on it. Why do you need inspiration then? Come on. What do you need inspiration for? What are you planning, or what are you thinking about? That's just a monitor. It's meh. It's too simple. Okay. If you can't do the simple stuff, then how are you ever gonna learn how to do complex stuff, you know? I think that's the real power of what you see on ArtStation right now. Or like not right now, but like in the last couple, say, a year or something like that, maybe more. Where there is a trend of taking like a relatively simple prop and making it look like kick ass, you know? Used to. Oh, so Night Title has to use a texture without caps. Well, if you don't have the texture for it, um, then you're fairly limited, right? So, like a generic part, like then yeah, you can only do it with like a generic texture on top of it. But it depends on so many things, right? Like how. I mean, this is for you, like not for me to figure out, but like it depends on the size of the top of the cylinder. Um, so the size of the top of the cylinder and also the textures that you have available to you. So kind of hard for me to tell without having any ref. So you try to do the complex stuff and then you fail because you didn't do the simple stuff. You will have more enthusiasm to do the simple stuff and so learn faster. I don't think so. I think you're just shooting yourself in the foot by not doing the simple stuff that you need to do at first without wasting time on the complex stuff. That's the way that it works, right? Like with any skill, you kind of build up towards something complex or mastery or whatever you want to call it. Like it takes time to get there. And there is a way of just doing it, you know? Like repetition is definitely one thing. Practice makes perfect, you know. And the more you practice, the more you fail faster as well, right? Like by doing smaller stuff quicker because you learn so much more by doing repetitive small stuff than doing like big stuff that takes you way too long. And you're potentially never going to finish. So there's definitely I would honestly go way simpler in the beginning and going like way more complex. Let's see. Up. Searching for something that isn't complex or simple. Yeah, good luck. Or did fuck up the insides again. Yeah, let's bring some stuff into Unreal now. Hopper, Mill Basin, they're both still named. Let me finish these bits of rope first, though. Boom. Akiro. I'm just selecting like all the innermost loops, you know, like the stuff that's kind of hidden from the player, so that I can turn those into UV seams. And then we can just wrap all the couple of things that I missed apparently. This is definitely one of them. Oh yeah, of course. I needed to select somebody. Um, Straighten them all up. And then we'll just map that to... Oh no, I didn't want to rename it. Whatever. But like a bunch of rope on just like a trim sheet here. I can just literally map it on there and we got some rope. Hell yeah. What are you thinking in terms of complex and simple stuff? Like what's the prop that comes to mind? Alright, let's get some of this stuff into Unreal. Looks way better than before. It still needs like way more work, but getting closer, you know? It's all about them iterations. Good. This is using the complete wrong material though. Both of them are. Oh, is that good? I think it's just looking in the wrong place for the material. There we go. Oh wait. What is it called? dark. Oh my god. You just okay, let's try that then instead. Some of the pins are. I need to delete some of the geo here as well. Bit more optimized. Hey, Storm Shadow, thanks for the follow. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Out of the weekend. Okay, now it's completely. Wait, what? So I'm just reassigning some. Oh no, 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 that's. Eh? Okay. What's going on with my materials? Yeah, let's try vertex color blend. I think it must work, but it's just vertex color. Yeah. Correct. Oh, it's Nathan. Hey Nathan, how's it going? All good? Oh yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good too. Yeah, good. Just working on a little water mill, like a little side area, basically. Honestly, just trying to correct like my materials here. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Let's just use that one. That's a unique texture, but I know that I need to replace it anyway. Thought I'd hopping while I was doing some work. Hell yeah. Hop on that hop on that Tim's podcast. Tim's doing work podcast. Yeah, it's coming together quite nice. Is coming in 6. Do we have some sea fighting happening? Have I done? Oh. Oh well. Make an all worthy thing can. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. That's a great start. Start sculpting on a wood kit for your own final year project. Hell yeah. That's the basement project, right? That you're working on? Thanks, Scott, for the hydrate. Appreciate it. Agent 258. Welcome to the chat. How's it going? Howard is asking, I didn't even start and I got problems. You know tin cans aren't flat? They got like walls. How do I make them? Okay, so... so you made a jetliner. Right? I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, right? Like, you made a jetliner, but you... I'm pretty sure you can figure out, like, walls on a tin can, right? Oh, Nathan is working on 1,000 projects at the same time. The basement needs a different module. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. We talked about this, that you have to do, like, a lot of modules and a lot of project for the uni, right? Final year project is a Skyrim-inspired project. When it comes along, you'll see more whips in PE. Hell yeah! Looking forward to it, man. I think you'll understand where I'm coming from, but yeah, I'm kind of in the mood for some medieval stuff, you know. So share it whenever you're ready, right? Don't have to do it now, but looking forward to it. Okay, so we got those two things in. What else were we gonna do? I'm in the mood for some level RT stuff. Oh, hey, Agent. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. How are you doing? You got level art you can share? Ooh. Gonna start doing some myself as well. Let's see. Not out yet? It's medieval? Oh shit! Nice. What am I gonna do? Okay, so we've got some foliage. Got some foliage here. Quite close. Maybe... and what we talked about before. We need to find a way to bridge these gaps without having... I mean, I know the way to do it. I just need to make the meshes for it. Where we can slot in some landscape meshes. And bridge that gap. Don't worry about the huge message. That's all good. And let's add some foliage. Oh yeah, that's where we get... I need to extract some individual grass meshes. I don't think I have those lying around. I own. Because all my grass is in clumps now, right? And these ones are the outdated ones, so don't... Good, I think. Yeah. Look, quite terrible. We can quickly do that. I'm gonna open. Don't know where it is though. Have a look. Oh, this is my file. Reads. Oh no, it lost the link to the textures, I think. Yeah. Um. At so there's an easy way to link it back. If I put everything in the right place though. Yeah, just let that do its thing. In the meanwhile, let's have a look at the chat here. So Agents is sharing some level art from their game. Let's have a look. Boonk. This is a screenshot from the Freshcan 3D, right? Like from that asset pack that they just released. Isn't it? Can 3D. Does look really nice. I used it to kind of see where my competition is at, right? Let's have a look. You shared another one as well. Yeah, this one is a little bit dark. It would be cool if you can add some fill light, you know, so that you don't have to see everything in shadow. But it's nice though. So that's your map, right? Like yeah, you made the level art for it. That's looking nice. Is this right? Scan 3D. Yeah. So is that a map that you made then for FreshCAN? I'm just trying to understand what's going on here, right? Okay. Cool. Nice. That's looking cool though. Yeah, I think Agent is talking about like the night map here. So this one. That's what Agent is working on. So Night pick, all pines, and a new ground filled map. Yeah, nice. Great stuff. Oh, in the meantime, we got our grass back. Let me see if I can extract some individual clumps, I guess. I'm thinking best approach for it. That's cool though. So you're making a complete medieval game then. I'm just gonna separate out some of these, right? Some of these that I've already made and just turn them into like new clumps. Oh my god, from 9K actors to 1K actors? Yeah, that is a lot. That's some great optimization there. Oh no, can't do that because we wanna... I'm not gonna screw around with the normals on this one. So we got small and there's some medium stuff. Maybe we'll do one more. Scott, what are you doing? Enabling slow mode on my chat? Oh. Yeah. Well, that was not intended. Let's recopy that one again. It was a small one anyway, right? So... Oh, I see. Yeah, there's not too many of them yet, so... Okay, so we got a couple of new clumps here. Can I just replace the ones that are in here? Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. We're not at that point yet where I can't keep up, so... Not yet. Not a big famous streamer at this point. Big famous art streamer. Yeah, so what I'll do... Oh, I'm not gonna clean up. I'll keep that for us. I wanna get these individual things in. Split off these individual groups. And then I'll just need to transform the pivots. Okay. Oh yeah, I got it on my second screen, so it's quite long, so I can see the chat for like a long while. Thanks for looking out, man. Appreciate it. So, okay, so the pivots are fixed. Now I just need to fix the naming convention a little bit. Grass. Make it too long. They're quite similar size, you know, so I'm just... Same thing. Or... no. Where's this going in this map? So biome temperate. Don't want to do it. Probably gonna make a new. Because else I'm gonna get completely lost. New folder. Pass. And then we'll change the subfolder here. Oh wait, we have to do that for all. So does that work if I press Alt? Doesn't. Sort of a hidden trick for all you Blender people out there. If you press Alt on like multiple objects, let's say if you want to change a modifier or something like that, you can, if you press and hold Alt when doing any adjustment, it will propagate along all the objects instead of just the one that you got selected. The primary one. It doesn't work on everything though, so sometimes you'll have to try and then try again. So 4 assets. And we're just gonna. I've seen a lot more Blender recently. Looks awesome, but definitely scary to contemplate switching from Maya right now. Yeah, look, like I'll give like advice, right? Because a lot of people, I mean, I feel like the hype has died down a little bit, so it's kind of good. Don't ever get caught up in the hype of something, right? Like make sure that you do your due diligence in if it actually makes sense for you to switch over. And I would say, for example, in your case, if you're a student, and if you're getting close to your final year and all the modules are in Maya or whatever, like it makes 0 sense to switch to Blender. Just keep doing it in Maya, and then once you leave uni, that's probably like a good way to like rethink. If you wanna, especially if you wanna do personal work and not get, well, if you especially want to do personal work that you potentially want to sell at a certain point, then you don't have to worry about like all the expenses that you incur by going for like a Maya or a Max license. That was the biggest thing for me. Because it can still be tricky to like balance, right? Because let's say you get a job in the industry and then you get a job in the industry, you're working in Max, let's say in the studio, then you go home working in Blender. That can also be quite confusing too. So you just gotta make sure that it works for you. Wait. So do not create material. Does that work then? So tiny. Yeah. Keep using that student license from Maya. I think that's a great shout. Oh, this epic song again. Skip. Okay. Now, get all the stuff in. Barely see it if it activated or not. Oh, so tiny. Let's scale it up a little bit. I think that's way too tiny. Twice the scale. Yeah, that's a little bit better. See if we can Change up the radius a little bit. The density of it. Oh shit. Turn the density down again. Burp. No, it's painting on the mesh too. Let's not do that. And I think if we can then oh, Nathan, any interview advice or BE resources that you missed on interviews? Curious that you asked that because I've been currently going through the final stages of doing like a whole series of articles on interviews. So we're getting quite close to the final thing. But what I'll do in your case, you know what? Send me a reminder in a DM. But I need to send you like the actual resources. I'll do it after the stream. Just to make sure that you're prepared for the interview. No worries. We're gonna do landscape paint. Doing that though when I reboot. Build some of that stuff in. The reason why I added like individual grass meshes is just because I don't have that much control when it comes to the edges right here. So normally my grass is spawned like when I just paint some grass. It's linked to the material underneath it. However, what that means is that if I want to have like fine control over it, let's say I want to paint some grass here, I made my grass meshes, or like my clumps, relatively big. I don't have that in like fine control over those edges. That's why we need those individual grass meshes. And currently they look a little bit different. Because the color on these grass meshes is actually controlled by the vertex paint, and I still need to apply vertex paint to these. So once we do that, we should. This allows us to give like sort of individual control over certain sections. Really specific where we paint it, which is quite nice. Yeah, paints onto the material. It's super simple to set up, actually. I'm surprised I never did it before myself, you know. Relatively. Let's fill the spot in with a bit more volume. Can we... Oh, with all that stuff. Okay, let's be a bit more selective about it then. That's like a path with dirt. Some other stuff growing on this little section. Maybe we put a tree down, you know? That's a big boy. Yeah. About 15 people currently here. Just want to welcome you all to the chat. We're currently working on some, like a medieval watermill. This is part of like a bigger project. So if you got any questions, any remarks, working on something cool yourself, feel free to just throw it in the chat. Maybe even push like some of that stuff closer. Like some of the round foliage. Or so nice to be able to just paint this stuff in. Be a little bit more subtle with it, but cool. Quick stuff like this comes together. Good background tunes going on as well. Hell yeah. Let's push some of this foliage closer in. Those are saplings. Those are trees. What if I just select everything? All of this. What is that going to give? Oh, I'm still on single. Want to do that? Horrible. Just having a look at how it looks, right? That's usually the thing. Martin Hoff shared the same thing on Twitter recently, where it's better to go overboard and then like dial back the changes. Because it allows you to see like extremes, right? And it's easy to tweak extremes back to like a sense of normalcy. If you just like plug this full of trees, you can then just be like, I kind of like all the smaller stuff, let's say, but maybe not the big one. Clear this up a little bit as well. Like, yeah, I can kind of see where that goes. Kind of define like what my focal point is going to be. Like, not the focal. My composition kind of is going to be. You've nailed the squelchy feel of the footprint in the mud. Yeah, I'm honestly quite happy with the mud. In certain areas, it does look way better than in others, but I think I need to make it more wet again. Feeling there, but I'm happy. You can just keep tweaking that stuff forever, you know. Oh, go back. Well, now you can see like what area of the thing that I'm working on. Spoilers. That's quite. So let's say. There's a whole ass village over there. Yeah, that's where I kind of started. So, just to let everyone know, this is a perfect example of what you shouldn't do when you're like scoping a project. But I basically started with one house, and then I was like, okay, I can make this house kind of modular, right? So I tried to break it into like multiple chunks, and to test it, what I did was kind of make like a city section, right? So I was like, cool, this is starting to look good, and then I kind of got distracted by like making. Oh my god, this is such a mess now because I changed so many pivots. I was like, oh, but what if I make a market stall kind of thing, and we got some fishes over here, and then I was like, maybe a little bit too broad, you know? So we're gonna try and focus on one thing, which was like the carpentry area that I have here, which was first a pottery shop. So this stuff is all over the place, honestly. I think this is a perfect representation of my chaotic creative process. Because we have a carpentry shop here, right? So that's one part, and then we fly over to like another part, which I made like a full gate kind of construction that they're building. And then we got like a full-blown pottery shop with like weirdly emissive stuff because the shaders are broken now, but oh my god. No, please, thanks for the follow. Are you just enjoying the chaos? It's just magic paint. Exactly. That's what it is. Great excuse, actually. Magic paint. I think it's because these are decals and they changed up the decal shader, so once I fix that, it should be good. But yeah, so I'm kind of hopping all over the place, you know, and then obviously I wanted to get back into the project, and I was like, I'm not gonna do that with something that I already sank like a lot of time into. I made something new again. I'm having too much fun on this though, honestly. Promise you I'll be doing the exact same thing I was working on a medieval kit. Yeah. Can't stop myself. But let's look at this little I wonder. I think it was Scott that mentioned it. There's like water system. Custom water bodies. Hmm. Recommend shipping. Blah blah blah. Start. No, not doing it. Really love to be working on something similar. It feels so light and free. Yeah, that's what it feels to me too, you know? Like I just have fun with it. It's very creative, you know? I get to make like a lot of decisions, still like exercise like a lot of creativity. And that's what I sometimes was missing, you know? Working in the games industry. You have like a very set focus. Obviously because stuff needs to get done, right? You're working on a game, like you're working on a product that needs to be shipped at the end of the day. I don't really feel that pressure here, you know? Kind of nice. What we're gonna do is just clean up the landscape. Which also, it also has downsides, right? It's not only good parts. It's also the fact of like, when is this gonna be finished? Like, how can I package it? And just, yeah. Because there is still some pressure though, you know? Like, I am doing this in environment to sell at a certain point, right? But to me, the way that I've always approached it is like I'm not. How can I explain this? Like I'm not making it to sell. Like I'm making an environment that I can sell as like a an addition to it. I don't feel like I'm just making like a product myself. Like I would be making this even though I wouldn't getting any money for it. Just having fun with it. Yeah, exactly. It's more like a nice thing to have on top of it rather than the main, like the sole focus of it. And I think there's always a good argument to be made that if you just pour your passion into something, that it will sell, right? Obviously, it's not just like, hey, I'm doing this weird obscure thing. I know that it's gonna sell because I put my whole heart and soul into it. You have to make it sellable and like market it and all that stuff, but it's more aligned with my vision for myself, like my personal vision. I just thought of something. So I had a bunch of, here we go. Road Edge. They're currently looking very ugly, but maybe you kind of use them as like a little placeholder for sections, you know? That I can get like a better idea of what that might look like in the future. Let's not care about the scale app. I think if we push back, the landscape a little, I think this might look. Well, currently it's just placeholder mission, so good is probably going to be a little bit debatable, I think. But... Oh, look, like a decent placeholder. All of that. Okay. But the Shonka came out looking really good. The Shonka. Yeah, these meshes definitely are gonna need some, but that's okay. How deep? Oh, they're quite deep. Give it a try. Want to make like a little bit of a ramp. Yeah. Kind of use that as a base to start sculpting on. The river's kind of flowing up though. That's not an issue, huh? I guess it's the riverbed. Right? Too big of Just ignore all water physics. Wow, let's look at it in full screen. Quite nice stuff here. I feel like it's quite condensed. Maybe I want to push out these trees like to the side a little bit. That we open up space a little bit more. Let's see what that. Just chuck them over. A good tip for that, if you're ever willing to compare like your camera view, there's multiple ways of doing it. Is let's say I go into like a camera view that I like. Let's say this right here. I can then place camera act. And then snap object to my view, right? And then we have this view over here. And then there's a little pin down here. Dunk. And then once I just select everything else, like I can just do whatever I want to do, right? But then I always have that little camera here that I can just refer to. There's also another way where you can create multiple viewports. So you can create like a secondary viewport, which you can then kind of use. Don't know which camera actor one. Yeah, that's the one. Then you can just set that to the side, right? In this one. Kind of has the same effect, so I can still just look around in my scene. Yeah. Allows you to just quickly see where like compositional issues are. What's your FPS game? Your FPS in game on Epic settings? I'm not worried about that at this point because there's a lot of optimization that I still need to do, especially on the trees, and they take up like a lot of it. Like the current FPS, currently around like 50, 30, depending on where you look, right? Because I'm rendering it a lot as well, which is all non-optimized, right? Like it's not using nanite, it's not using any LODs at the moment, so it's kind of, it doesn't have any purpose right now. Also, I'm not really creating a game, right? I'm kind of making this as a package for game developers, if that makes sense. So I will do like an optimization round in the end, but I'm not going to be creating a game myself after this. I'm just focusing on the environment art side of things. Okay. Got this stuff all in. Yeah, I'm just focusing on the fun stuff, you know? Stuff that I enjoy. Because that's what I was doing before as well, right? Like if I... that was my profession when I was working in the games industry. I was a environment artist, man. Mostly doing level art, you know, just set dressing, making location, being responsible for what they were going to look like, and talking to level design as well, making them all work correctly. Or like making them look good, right? Like the level designer would do like all the functional stuff. How do I select all the things in one circle? I always have to think, you know? Like it's all just muscle memory, so let's see if we grab a torus. Yep, it's Shift, Alt, and click. Then you can just select anything you want. And then for Night Idol, sorry for the random question. Do you have an easy way to add geo to a curved object while keeping the same shape? Add geo to a curved object. There are ways where you can fuck, where is it? There's an interactive mode in Blender where you can create an object in interactive mode. I barely use it myself though. If I do a little bit, a standard thing. Fuck, I can't think of it now. Yeah, but there is like an interactive mode where you can create objects on the normal, right? So when you have like normal rotations, like it will create an object on that normal with that rotation already built into it. So look into interactive creation in Blender, and you will probably find. Oh, I have to modify a curve on a complex object? I can add edge loops and translate them, but I'm searching for a better method. If you're trying to stick to a certain curve, look into soft selection. That's one method of looking at it. Worth looking into. How do you create a rope? So what I use for that, I'll show this off really. Hey Vampa, thanks for the follow. How are you doing? So I'll show this off real quick. Is we go back to my. Switch between background. Yeah, a Bezier curve could work. The way that I always do it, you'll have to use curves regardless, right? So even the method that I'm going to show now is you'll have to use curves. But let's say you have a pretty complex object. I don't know. Let's say this, right? Like this kind of tarp. Let's say I want to strap like a rope to it. What I use is I use a tool called Quick Pipe, and that turns any edge loop into a rope, or like into like a curve basically, that you can then clean up and do adjustments for and all that kind of stuff. So that would be one way. Yeah, that's the way. If I'm trying to create rope connections, that's the way that I would do it. So all of this stuff is created with that, right? So I create like, oh, map is kind of screwed up now. So I will just create like a fake edge, and then just use that edge to create a quick pipe, and then remove it again. So that means that if I want to add like a rope to this, I will just create an edge, do quick pipe, cool, and then I will just remove the edge from the mesh that I just created. If I only have like this little bit of rope attached to it. Some more. Right, I'm gonna switch it up a little bit and just decorate this house for a little bit. Kind of switching around a lot just helps me stay interested too, you know? Switch it up every now and again. like a little storage area, maybe for some food or something. Knives, what else do we... Oh, we definitely want some loading racks, you know? Drying the laundry. Nachos coming to stay. All horses, don't need any of that. Oh, I need to change pivot point on this. That's coming in at wrong thingy. Let's do that real quick. Let's do some cleanup. Pivot cleanup. Talking about cleanup, I need to do that for my scene. Oh my god. Yes, that's in here. My modular kit. I think it's in the other file though. Again, another good example of what not to do is not name anything, you know? Or be a little bit more concise with your naming. Not like I'm doing. Oh no, the textures are screwed up. I had a crash like like a hard drive crash a couple months ago, so it's missing like a bunch of links. There we go. Then floor. Station. Oh wait. I don't actually want to apply the road. There we go. Quick fix. Bed in here. Light. I have a blue. Always. Oh yeah, I got one of these as well. Brush light. What is this? Oh. Fucked. Then just let's massage it into the terrain again. Grass around it. It's so nice that you can just set dress something. It looked like so good just by itself. Like, just so interesting, right? Like, kind of want to push everything close to past most travel, right? Because the way that I'm thinking about it is that not a lot of people are gonna travel this part. It's more for like the person working here, and then maybe they're selling something, right? So they're selling the flour, maybe getting in some weed that they can then grind into flour again. So yeah, I'm trying to represent that in the set dressing that I'm doing. So that's why I'm trying to push everything closer in as well. This music, switch it up a little bit. So then what is everyone else working on? Working on something cool? Okay, I was just saying I don't have a great history with mods in Blender. Yeah. I mean, you will get quite familiar if you keep using Blender, you know? Like it's one of the hallmarks when using it. Then we here, let's maybe push in some foliage a little bit closer without the big ones though. Where's my bigger tree? That much. This also helps obscure like a lot of stuff too. Which sometimes is great. Not really, right? I want people to see from this angle again. I want people to kind of see the house still, to a certain degree. And also just from a distance, right? Like if you have more density, We're gonna help that. Hey, Banana Bread! Welcome to the chat. How's it going? And how are you enjoying the community so far? I'm so glad that to see that you joined. That was awesome. You're working on a commission as well. Cool. Always kind of hesitant to talk about like any uh like professional work, right? Because it's so shrouded in NDA stuff, especially in games. So I don't know how that works in like other industries. That sounds interesting though. Okay, so let's change my camera. The um let's actually create like a nice camera over here. So I'm just gonna duplicate one of them. Get my main camera. Drunk. Duplicate that. Edit it. Been reading through the PDF. How was that going? I mean, it's a dense boy. This. Let me turn on my grid as well. No, I keep doing this. Oh, here. Sit again. Goal. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Cinematic viewport. That's what I wanted. And then hello. Pilot. Let me do it this way. And then start grid. There we go. I don't it up just a little bit more. Wait, can't you pilot stuff in the cinematic viewport? What's happening? Oh no, it's just broken. Okay. Hey, full shift. Oh, so that works. Just not when pressing the button. Okay. So weird. Okay. Angle it a little bit more up. Maybe what I'll do. kind of want people to see more of the floor as well. So something like this could work. But then we'll need to remove some of the trees and make the roof. Unreal is so much stronger than Unity. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wish it wasn't. You know, just for the reason that I want there to be like strong competition, right? But Unreal, oh man, I feel like Unreal is so far ahead of the competition that it will be quite tough. Maybe Omniverse, the engine that Nvidia is working on, can become a real competitor because I think they see a market gap that they can potentially fill. Maybe, you know, especially because it becomes more and more interesting now that Unreal is pulling developers or like development teams away from studios, right? Because a lot of studios, I think, what was the number again? 50% of the lineup from Xbox is now made with Unreal or something like that. Whereas before, like it was always like, nah, they're using internal engines. But yeah, it seems like they're really pushing the bar. That's a tree that was in the way. Yes, there we go. Oh, yeah, better. Yeah, I don't know how does anyone else feel about that? Because I'm always wondering, like maybe because I'm biased, right? Like I'm always using Unreal, so I'm always working in it. I used Unity for like a couple of things, but I mean, it's been ages, so I don't really have like a good perspective on it. But that's as objective as I can be, I feel, when talking about like the Unity versus Unreal thing. And it's not even I think a lot of people look through the lens of like, oh, this is better because this and this. It's like, no, I think we're past that now. I think it's just being objective, right? As an artist, like the go-to engine to me is Unreal, right? Like maybe if you want to develop a game, the parameters change, right? And maybe Unity is a better engine to use that. But for an artistic project, right, like the one that I'm using, to me, Unreal just never really made. Unity never really made sense. Okay, let's set this here as well. Need this camera anymore. One day when I get some time, I should just try to import one of my projects to Unreal. Yeah, it could be interesting to see and compare, right? Definitely. The object, and then we'll set this to camera bookmark 3. Another tip for people out there using Unreal. You have camera bookmarks, right? So I'm pressing like number 1, 2, and 3. If you actually want to set them, like you press Control and then any number, right? It can be 1, 2, 0, basically. And then once you press them again, you go to that bookmark, which is like really easy to switch to like a certain aspect of your project or a certain thing that you want to work on. Yeah, now to have this bookmark, let's just in certain aspects, clean up the viewpoint a little bit. That is a giant issue, right? Like this thing in the back where it basically just opens up again. Like you kind of want to fake it a little bit more, or like at least fake that that it is an endless world, right? And we can do that with. We can also just move up the landscape a little. Try that. Because you can only go so far with just adding like lines and lines of trees, right? And that's like really costly as well on your GPU. So maybe it's a better idea to um, also include some elevation change as well. Storm Shadow's gonna dip. Hopefully it goes well. I send a DM reminder for the interview stuff. Yeah, I saw that. I'll get back to you after the stream for sure. I'll send you the link. No worries. Have a nice day, Nathan. So let's see. Oh, I don't want to flatten. I just sculpt. Why it wasn't. Banana Bread is asking, how does the mentorship work? So, see, trying to do two things at the same time. So the mentorship is basically a recommendation for people that already like is recommended for people that already have like a very solid understanding, right? It's not really meant for people that are quite early in the stage, I would say. The reason why I say that is because it's relatively easy to learn like a bunch of the introduction stuff, and then at least in my mentorship, I treat it as a way like if you have all those basic skills, then we can sharpen it and like really get you ready for the games industry, right? Like I'm always looking at a perspective for like the games industry as an environment artist. So you gotta keep that in mind with the mentorships that I do as well. But a mentorship in my case just means anything from like setting up a project, what is your timeline, what it would be like a good project for your timeline, helping you with just anything that can get you into the industry, basically. Yeah, it's kind of a vague and open-ended question, but it basically boils down to setting you up for success as much as I can. If I had to like really condense it down. Got a kind of a hill going on in the back. Let's fill that up with foliage as well. Sprinkle in like a bit of foliage. There we go. Looks way better. Let's do the same on this side. Nice. Just really quickly, you can see that's already added like some interest to the scene as well, right? Because now we're looking at a hill as well in the back. Maybe I'll do the same thing on this side as well. Now that I look at it, thinking about. Oh, that's way too tall. Maybe when I get a bit better, I could apply. Yeah, 100%. Like, and I would recommend it too. It's just I don't want you to lose any money, right? Like, I could take you on right now, for example, but then I don't think it justifies your time. So I think once you get to grips with like the core foundations of like, I would say, um if I were to put it down to what I would love for you to have in your skill set is knowing how to bake a prop from high poly to low poly, um, texturing that prop, and then presenting that prop, right? So I want to basically see like one prop on your portfolio, um, just completely from beginning to end, like to like a decent degree. It doesn't have to be like a killer prop either. But at least then we have like a solid foundation that we can then expand on. Because um a lot of this stuff just leans on those foundational things to me. So yeah, that's also my recommendation if you wanted to get started or like are relatively fresh. And I know that we kind of talked about it already, Banana, but just yeah, just to reiterate for other people as well, is that if you want to get into like environments, you don't start with creating a full environment. You basically start with just making one prop, like one little asset, depending on how complex or simple you be. I recommend going more simple, but that will give you like the pipeline. Like you go from creating like a high polygon mesh to like a low poly mesh that you can then bake the details from that high poly onto the low poly, and then texture that, and then present that in Marmoset or a game engine. And then once you got all those skills, it becomes like way easier to do anything on top of that. Because let's say for the tree, right? You need to be able to use that same sort of knowledge because you're still baking stuff down, like not from a high to like a low polygon mesh, right? But you're baking it from like a high polygon to a plane. So it's still using the same techniques. They're somewhat simplified, somewhat, and then in other terms, they get a little bit more technical. So the way that you optimize a tree is completely different from a prop, for example. But yeah, I would say those foundationals, like they're going to be like really crucial, like that foundational knowledge, and then we can build up on it, or you can keep building up on it, right? Because that's the thing. Like I don't, I would love for people to take like a mentorship, like honestly. But there's also a lot that you can just learn from the internet, right? I think um what I just tried to give you there is like a little bit of a blueprint of what you need to do to kind of get started in it. Okay, so what are we doing in the background here? So I kind of just tried to give it like a little bit more, like maybe this is like a bit too much. No, like a little bit more variation. Maybe we can just go in with a noise brush. little bit. Flatten it out again. Been reworking the portfolio with my website designer. Meanwhile, I made an art station. Okay. Can I give you some advice there? Feel free to take it or leave it, right? I would say for now, ditch your portfolio website. And just use an art station. That's what people are used to. That's like the template that everyone kind of knows already. I know that there are like, I don't know if you're aware of any of this, but like there are some concerns with like AI and all that stuff at this point. But that doesn't affect someone trying to get into the industry. My point. So I wouldn't really worry about like all um the concerns that people are now flagging with ArtStation doesn't really apply to someone who's trying to get into the industry. So I would honestly just, for now at least, not make like your own unique website and just go with ArtStation. Because that allows you to just focus way more on just creating the art, right? Because like I mentioned in the portfolio review that we were doing, you will have to kind of constantly like test and update and like retest like the website to make it as fluent as possible. Where ArtStation basically did that for you, and they're like, "Hey, look, this is the template. Everyone's kind of used to it. Like they know what they're doing, and it's like really well optimized in what people are looking for." So me, it makes more sense to just use that. Especially, oh, this tree is leaning over hard. What I wanted to do. I'm gonna paint some of this on top of it. Look. All right, I'm gonna take a really short break. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Where were we? I guess I could work on the website, and then when it's 100% working, then use it as a portfolio. In the meantime, I'll be using ArtStation. Yeah, you know, that's up to you. What do you want to do with it? What is the reason? I'm curious, right? I'm not gonna push you to use ArtStation if you don't want to. Like I don't mind in the end, you know? I'm just curious, why do you want to use your own website instead of ArtStation? If I may ask. Alright. So what were we doing here? A little bit of set dressing. We got the road here, which is not just ends in like a straight street. I can switch it up and texture the watermill. Or like UV the watermill. Or the water wheel rather. It up a little bit. I think it's more professional to apply for a job with my own website. No, it's not. There's no difference in it. Because well, look, with a caveat that I'm coming at this from like the games industry, right? Um and I've been in recruiting myself as well. So I recruited some people, or like I helped recruit some people for our studio. Well, previous studio that I worked for. Um and it's not, you know, like there's no real difference. I think the point why I'm so hammering on like how usable it should be is that ArtStation is the template for um how recruiters like access your work in the quickest way, right? And I think if you're doing anything less than what ArtStation is doing, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. Because in the end of the day, like the reason why I hammer on this so much, and it's not against you personally, right? Like I've made the same mistake. I mean, I still have my website lying around anyway. Um, it's more like we're not web developers, right? So it takes us like way more time to get the website looking correct and feel right, and you get the usability right, and the user experience needs to be good, and just takes us way more time than just popping it on ArtStation, having a portfolio that's basically ready to go with your own domain name, right? Like you can link your domain name to ArtStation as well, and have like a professional template on there as well. That's also an option. But again, like when people would send me their personal domain, even though it was like created with like a template from ArtStation, I would still click on ArtStation because it was so familiar to me that it would just speed up the process so much more. I know it's a silly thing to say, right? But it's a good and a bad thing that people are so used to the template right now. But enough about that. Like, look, if you really feel 100% convinced about it, like just go for it. You know, I shouldn't decide where you want to show off your work. That's up to you. Just wanted to say all that stuff to just also make it known for other people that are maybe doubting about it. Right. So what are we doing here? I think we got to a point where we want to do water, right? So I'm just gonna pop in that plugin and see if we can figure out the water system in Unreal. Do it. I've never done that before, so let's have a look. Yep, it's all good. Spend your time doing the work and presenting it rather than maintaining a website. Yeah, I agree. Even though maintaining a website is not, I think maintaining a website once you got it all properly set up is not that big of a deal, right? It's more you need to add in um you need to add in or you need to add like a whole bunch of time to get it to that point where it's not introducing friction into the process, right? But once you get it there, like it's relatively easy to just maintain it. I think having ArtStation like the website might be a good idea. Oh, you mean using your own domain name? I mean, it's all good. It's all good. Collision profile settings did not include an entry of the water body collision profile. Okay. Also, that's not a good sign. Cool. Where the hell do I start with this? Water body lake, water body ocean, water body river. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, it's preparing the shaders. Okay. Let's do its business. If you got some questions in the chat, feel free to just shout them out. We got a little bit of time to kill, you know? 3K shaders to get through before we can start using it. Having ArtStation linked to the website. Yeah, there's a couple of ways that you can do that. The way that I always did it was I linked up my own domain name, right? And then ArtStation will basically have like a couple of templates that you can just pick from, and that will just be put on your domain name. So for the longest time, what I was using was my own domain name, like timothy3s.com. And then if people would go there, that's where they would actually just display like the template from ArtStation, which looks nothing like ArtStation, right? But it just looks like a Squarespace template or whatever. And then you can kind of fill that up. Like it automatically propagates all the content over. You don't really have to do that much of a setup. You just basically adjust some font settings and some color settings, and then you're good to go. Right, in the meantime, let's have a look.
So you want to learn how to...
Wow. Jeez. Water system in Unreal Engine. That's all you stuff. Oh, you talk to your web designer and we're making something like ArtStation. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, so it's using... What are we doing here? Water system. Blah, blah, blah. The water mesh primarily defines... Yes, yes. Exactly. Plotting, blah blah blah, far distance, tile size. A blend. It has a water shader on there, it's just not showing up currently. Wait, so this is a river. Let's just um ocean like water zone. So that's what you needed first, right? Oh, it is doing stuff. Okay. Thing. Oh, what is that spline doing? Okay, so that spline. Water body ocean. Okay, okay, I see. So the ocean kinda has that spline. So what if we drag in a river now? Then this? Change all this stuff. It is so blue though. So it's kind of streaming into that ditch. Kind of cool how it automatically deforms to everything. Fortnite water, let's go! Sorry, I just realized that I was reading documentation on my second screen. Could have at least involved everyone. A little bit. And then let's see if we can find like some super generic. Oh my god. Oh, absorption? I thought so. Because I had kind of the colors, right? Absorption. Lewis 350. Good luck. Thanks, Scott. Thanks. Let's see, what happens if I save first? Absolutely nothing. It is changing in the preview, though. Should call this stream Watch Me Struggle, you know? Because it is applying it here. And that's what we just adjusted as well. Wait, is there like two motion? Let's just reset that for a minute. Okay. And this is also kind of an issue, right? But it's just probably disable that somewhere. Whatever. Focus on the small stuff first. Change it up to something bright orange. Maybe you're wrong, don't trust me. That's alright. Water landscape brush. I mean, I literally just skimmed through the documentation, right? So maybe it actually helps if we're gonna read through some of it. Single layer water material. The lake has an underwater post-processing volume. Waste material parameters are similar across water body types. The one exception is the river material. The river material contains specific parameters. That's velocity. Okay. Sense. Post processing. Ugh. Oh, that's just. Body eye. Is there like another material slot or something? Water material. Water age slot material. Let's reset this. That we know it, that we don't break anything. What is this material? Hey, there we're getting. I'm just changing the wrong material. What are we gonna do? Uh-oh. Boot it up. But- Oh yeah, I see. It just reverts all the values below 1. I'm absolved. Okay. Also, adios, my friends. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. Glad that someone's enjoying watching me struggle through this. How are you doing? Okay, it is pretty blue right now, but overall, still pretty. It's really blue over here, though. Gotta take all the wins that you can get, you know? West actually looks pretty good. What else can we do here? So, river. But it said that this river water material. Like, like the alpha is at 8. Yeah. Good question. Let's see. I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's explore a little bit, right? Okay. They're probably just using it as like a an easy way to control like how much of it affects depth, right? It looks like it's sort of like depth fading or something. It's definitely the influence on the color. I wonder, because I do want to make it darker because now it looks make it that dark. So is that from a plugin water? Yeah, yeah, that's the built-in one from Unreal itself, agent. So I've never used this before. So just trying to figure this out. Um that controls how intense that value is, right? So I wonder if I change the value down and we're getting that. So Do not reset everything. What if we push the green to... That makes sense. You can't... You can't make it darker. Because normally... Well... Do something like this. Oh, this is not great looking though. I'll tell you that much. Add a little bit of green in there. And what if we... Oh no, we want to turn this up instead. I'm completely using this material in the wrong way, but hell, it's the fun of experimenting. It's sort of more like it. I'm not feeling how opaque it is in certain areas, but I kind of want to make it more see-through. I guess, what if we... No, that makes it... Go later, Tim! See you, Night Idol! Good luck with the artist if you're still doing that. Yeah, that's true. I only looked at the... Oh, that's a good shout, actually. I only looked at the absorption, right? So maybe... Are we even seeing any foam? Near normal strength? Let's just try playing with... So this increases the normal. That makes sense. You've never seen the foam work. Okay. Good. So it's opposition that wave over rocks. That's so much control. Oh, oh. Foam. Let's have a look. Does it say anything about foam? Nothing about foam. Foam might be an ocean thing, like rivers don't use it. Yeah, that's a good shout. I think... Yeah, I think maybe I was thinking about foam in a way where it would like collide with like rocks and then that would leave foam behind or something like that, right? But maybe you're right. Maybe it's related to the ocean. God, it has 8 materials. Okay, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna keep diving into it. This is cool though. I like the current setup. I know it's not ideal, but like with everything. Progress, right? Looks pretty. Yeah, it does an okay job. It's also just real nice that it kind of like real time deforms to. Water wheel's gonna turn. Yeah. We could definitely do something like that. Not about now, but it's definitely something to add. Should we do that now? I feel like. Let me think. I'll keep that for next time. I'll keep that for next time. And I just want to add some more detail to the water wheel now, and then next time we'll make it move. How does that? Because I probably still got like already been streaming for like 3.5 hours, so you wanna maybe I'll go for like 30 minutes, an hour more? I don't know. And I feel like once I get stuck into like making that thing rotate, even though I think in my head it's not gonna take that long, once I get stuck in, I want to get that shit done. You know? All right. What does the water wheel look like? Have a look. What is so the water wheel itself? How is that made? Is that segmented into like separate pieces as well? Must be, right? Oh, rotation component. The water VFX. Uh, yeah, I'm not gonna do water VFX. I mean, just get a pack, right? If you want to go that far. So it probably has a sort of the same stuff going here, right? Where have epic pen, a little draw over here. It probably has oh, I can't draw on this? What? Okay. Okay. An idea then. Draw on this, please. Oh, it's just it's probably because it's always in foreground. So I'll have to do some holding like this, and then these two things they slot into each other, right? So the water wheel probably works on the same principle. How many pieces are here though? Trying to see. I don't think you're gonna find a picture. I have to quickly look it up. Medieval water wheel construction. We can probably see it on here, where built out of multiple pieces. So, and each spoke, like each spoke of the water wheel, goes to the middle of a section, which makes sense. So that would mean if we then kind of like reverse engine the one that we have going on, that's 4 spokes, so it has 4 components because of it. All right. That means we'll have to. We're gonna divide it. A little bit of a bevel so that we can just split that up. Then I'll just make like one component again, right? And then we can kind of just duplicate that all over. Like symmetry it and whatever we want to do with it. That goes in there, so that means that this one needs to go now. I think it might be a little bit too far out. Don't mind that much. Right. And then oh my god. That doesn't work, huh? No, of course not. Because it didn't have any overlap to begin with. Oh, that's no good. That's stupid. Right, start fresh. Let's go. Have another segment, huh? And then what we'll actually do is grab 2 of them. Let's see if that works. And we'll take 2 extra segments from this one. And same thing. Now, because we got like an extension here, it is going to match, question mark? Good test. We Right, so we have an overlap. So now, okay. Just link them all up, right? Data. So now should be all instant. There we go. Let's go. Now we have a linked water wheel. Sweet. So that means that the base is done. What we'll do in the end is we'll just use all of these individual bits to kind of boolean out of the main shape. I guess we could do that now. No harm in that. Oh. Give it a try. Put back in there. To see how it's going to react. Curious. So if we then do a boolean, pick the other thing. Fast. Got some holes. It's complaining about a bunch of stuff, but I think what we'll end up doing is we'll remove. Oh, yeah. Of course, it was complaining. It was still had like an attachment here. All that stuff. Those pieces, and then we'll see if we can fatten it up a little bit. I'm adding thickness. This is actually like a really cool shortcut. Instead of just normally scaling, right? You can press Alt S, and that will like shrink and fatten stuff up. Super handy. I can just press that, fatten it up a little bit. And maybe say something like that. But we have a little bit more leeway with the boolean, right? That is looking pretty. I mean, the mesh itself is saying otherwise, but hey, I think it's still pretty good. Like the normal information we can always change, right? So I'm not too worried about it. If we even put like an auto smooth once I clean some stuff up, it would be good. We'll have to go in and like sort out some manual stuff because I split them up already, but that's all good. So, let's see. Duplicate it, apply it, back. Got the original ring, then we got the one with the holes. And the reason why I made it a little bit bigger as well is hopefully happening. Oh yeah, it still has that attached to it. I was kind of hoping to see those little slats like have a little bit of space, but apparently not enough was done. That's alright. We can change that. Hey Berg! How's it going? Apparently that didn't happen. Nothing to worry about though. Pretty fine, and you? Yeah, I'm doing good as well. Working on a little water mill area for my medieval project. Which is currently looking like this. We're getting there. We're getting there. This is part of a bigger scene that I'm working on, but I'm just working on something new. Goes to your games. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Love it, man. Oh, thanks so much. Are you working on something? Are you working in Unreal as well? Or what brought you in here? I'd like to. Oh no. Is that coming from I'm currently a dev and I hate our in-house engine? Or is that coming from like I want to get into games? Goes to your games. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Maybe I'll just shrink all of these up so that we get a little bit of space. Then I'll clean up the water wheel as well. Just slightly, we get like a little bit. We get like a little bit of space, right? And it gives like indication of um like handcraftedness. Like that's what I feel, at least. Instead of everything being like really nicely close packed together, like this makes more sense. Also, there's actually one piece that we kind of forgot to include. Now that I'm thinking about it, usually when stuff is sticking through something else, right, you would have like a peg to kind of hold it in place. And I think, if I think back, where could we see it? What's a good? Oh, interesting. They don't even do the peg. They just have like, well, they kind of do have a peg, but not in the way that I was thinking about it. We'll have to include that as well. You need to work on your portfolio, Berg, but I'm stuck at the idea inspiration phase. So what I would always say if you're stuck in that kind of phase is it's tricky, right? It's not going to be an easy exercise, but it needs to come from you. Like, what are you passionate about, right? Like, what do you like? And that's sort of the thing where once you start pulling from that pool, like it can give you like an endless source of like inspiration. Why? So for me, for example, it was I have an absolute love for medieval stuff, but I never really like put something into place, or I never really did something around that. So for me, that's why I'm doing this piece, right? Because I wanted to like capture that love that I have for like visiting castles and like going to medieval places and all that kind of stuff. And also, like a bit of nostalgia creeping in, you know? Like all the games that I used to play was always around something like that, especially the MMOs, right? They were always like medieval fantasy kind of driven games. Where's the loop tool? So think about what makes that unique to you if you're looking for inspiration. Or yeah, better to say it in a way where what makes you unique, right? Everyone has their thing that makes them unique. Sure. Forgot some of our buddies. I know it's a very I don't know deep way of thinking about inspiration, right? But I'm actually currently working on like a section of like a course, if you will, that goes into that. Um, and for me, what always worked is that you just look at what you're passionate about, see what kind of story you want to tell, um, what made you get into art, right? Like that's it's a very deep way of looking at it, but once you open your mind to kind of pull from that, it's gonna give you a lot more inspiration and also like motivation, right? Because there's a difference between the two. Where like inspiration is something like you see someone else, right? It's usually external, and you go on ArtStation and you see someone else's art, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so inspired to do something. But without motivation, like you're not gonna put that like inspirational energy to good use. So yeah, you gotta combine the two. And I think that's why I keep hammering on like well, like hammering on like I keep mentioning that you gotta find what you're passionate about, because that's gonna give you motivation rather than inspiration. It's gonna be more long term. I have a vague idea of what you like to do, but the story, the scene I want to do. Um So what do you like to do? Just write it in the chat. It can be as vague as possible and see if we can brainstorm something, right? If we can come up with something. Oh yeah. The other thing that I wanna split this off. Want to make these a little bit long. I'd like to create a colorful, stylized scene. Cute, smooth, and joyful. Okay. How did you get to that idea? Like, where does that come from? I know I'm going very, very, very deep all of a sudden, right? So if you're uncomfortable with, like, having these personal conversations, feel free to mention that as well. Goes for your game to saying, I'm at the other end of the scale. I know where I want to focus, but I'm still in the very early stages of learning Blender and Unreal. Hell yeah, that's good, right? You have a goal in mind. Now it's just more about like putting in the time and the work to get there. I think that's great. So the spokes are a little bit larger now, so I'm probably gonna be real cheeky. What if we duplicate that? Scale it up a little bit. From illustrations I love on the internet and from some games. Dofus especially. Dofus. I feel like I never play games with people about this. Let's have a look. Which land heritage? Okay. Okay, so let's see. What is this game about, right? Production. MMORPG. Blah blah blah. Step into a world of 12. Streets of its cities are bustling with commercial and criminal activity. The wildlife is magnificent, the water is pure, the air is fresh and clean, and the air is the most fertile you've ever seen. So honestly, just from reading that one sentence, I'm like, there's like a bunch of opportunity in that one, right? And I'm just literally like looking at their website and going on their like what's about page or whatever, right? So let me paste that in here as well, right? So we got this sentence that came out of it. And the streets of its cities are bustling with commercial and criminal activity. Wildlife is magnificent. So you could turn that into like a mini diorama of like what's been said here, right? Like, so you know that there's like cities bustling with commercial activity. So maybe you could make like a market stall or something. And then the opposite of that is something more natural where the wildlife is magnificent. Maybe it has like a pool of clean water, right? Because they mentioned that the water's pure. Yeah, I bet you know a lot more about the game So you probably have like a vaster amount of imagery or like inspiration to pull from when it comes to that, right? You can definitely from this simple approach, right? Like from just looking at like a couple of sentences, like it sparks like a lot. Even from my side, right? Like never played the game. Okay, we're not gonna do this all manually though. So let's see. Grab one. Gonna delete all the rest. And what we'll do is probably they drive like a wedge into it, right? And then they smack it a bunch with a hammer. I'm gonna see if we can kind of recreate that here. And I know that it's currently obscured by this. Um, those are some good ideas. I think I'm looking for something too perfect. I need to take a step back and find a simple idea. Yep. Yep. The way that I always say it to other people is that you need to think about your environments or your projects in a way where you start with the smallest viable thing that you can make, and then if you're still inspired and motivated to do it, like you can just continue adding sections onto it, right? Um, and I would say, yeah, just focus on the smallest thing first, and then scale up. Like the way that I kind of look at it is like you build a save point for yourself, right? So you start with the smallest thing. Once that is done, you can be like, cool, I'm done. I can post this in my portfolio if I wanted to. But I could also just continue working on it. You can post it in your portfolio, continue working on it, and like expand on it if you wanted to. This is more advice for if you're looking for a job and all that stuff too, right? It's kind of taking that into account, but also just to kind of hammer it in, like perfect doesn't exist. Like you want to be, what should I say it, like you don't want to be dabbling with a creative idea for too long, because you get like paralyzed by it, right? So usually what I'll do or what I'll recommend is you just start with an idea. You really think about it for like 1 or 2 days, right? Where you, and I'm talking about days as in like full working day. And then once you've done that, it's time to start. Start with a block out. Start moving and keep moving, you know? Because it's very easy for your brain to just get stuck in that like, but what if? You know? And sometimes it's like, what if? Yeah, cool. I'll figure that out later, you know? I'll just move first. A bit of advice there. Oh, oh, rotated in the correct way. Good luck with your project. What is this about? So I'm basically creating like my own medieval like project. So it's basically, it started out as like something very small, but then I just kept building and building on top of it. Um, and it's meant to kind of be like a big portfolio piece or like a big project that I just keep on expanding until I'm kind of bored with it. And also, it will end up on the marketplace at some point. Marketplace for sale. That's the current thinking. Beat last. Shift R. Oh, let's make it accurate. 50. That's nice. Kind of got the main components. We got this thing. What I'm thinking about is this water wheel has kind of like a thing attached to it. I'm thinking about doing that. In a nutshell, stylized steampunk. That's awesome. If it helps image, then Genshin Impact visuals, but more industrial. That's obviously a massive lofty aim. Yeah. I've never played Genshin Impact, but I know what it looks like, and I love the visuals of it. Like they really did a good combination with the art style in that game. But I'm starting far smaller, and I'll expand as my skill increases. Hell yeah, that's a good way to approach it. So okay, got the water wheel going on. Let's see, what is that? Is that like a those don't have caps? Let's just do like a quick UV here. What the hell happened? Just delete something. Oh yeah, and I keep forgetting to return the favor, but good luck with all the personal work and the environments, everyone. What is that? Oh yeah, that's because it's the top of one of these things, right? So select edges. Theme. Let's try that again. Already a bit better. But all the sides. Top symbol. That's all the interior stuff. What is this one? Alright. What is that? There's just some unfortunate squashed stuff that happened. Okay. I see. Bit of necessary cleanup happening. Oh, there was one thing that I kind of forgot. You can kind of see the geo on it. Hmm. We'll see how bad it is. Get it in. Where were we? Nice. What are shenanigans happening? I don't know. Straighten them up. Stack them up. Do the same thing here. So those two are done. Mostly interior stuff anyway. Care too much about that. Four. Let's have a look. Where are we gonna put them? Be over here. Oh yeah, we need to put some extra geo in it. I don't think this is gonna work with the geo that we currently have. Now we just do all of this shit. I'm gonna do a quick one. Yeah. Up. Down. Yeah, about the small stuff I don't. Slap it on there. What's up? Decent. Probably gonna do the little attachment next time. So before that, before we round off the successful part 2 of the watermill, make sure that we get this game. Replace it with our new meshes. Oh yeah, I think I did a scale adjustment to this, so we need to change the scale the next time, right? Because it's almost 1.7. Is that still do that? Looked a little bit too fat. The next time we'll probably add the mechanism to it, right? So all this kind of stuff, and then we'll look into like the underside of it. I want to make some wooden wheel mechanisms as well, so that we can kind of make like the stuff underneath the frame, right? So that it all works logically. And then what else do we do next? I think it's just cleaning it up a little bit, working on the water a bit more, making stuff look nice. Doing some additional level art. Yeah, just focus on this. Focus on this little area and really polish it up. Good shout. Yes. All right. I'm gonna leave it here for today. I'm gonna zoom out to my nice picture and then just screen. Appreciate everyone being here. Thanks for all the good feedback, the nice chat, and also I hope that it was interesting to look at and also helpful. Thanks for all the questions that everyone asked. Oh, it is hidden behind a tree. You're right, Berg. It's okay. Final thing. Let's yeet a tree. Select tree. Go. No, not that one. Yeah. Okay. Shh. Nothing happened. It's there. So I do these streams like every week. This is an art stream on Friday, and on Wednesday I usually do like a feedback stream for the community. And talking about the community, you can become a member yourself if you go to beyondextend.com. There's a link in the description down below if you want to check that out. We're basically a community of environment artists. Yeah. And that's it for this time. Thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate it so much. And then I'll see you in the next art stream. Bye-bye, everyone.